Just an update. We're still trying to reach Quorum. Giving another 15 minutes to see if we can get to our minimum number that is required for us to officially start this meeting. So please just bear with us. Thank you. attention, please. So we are still counting, and please, has everyone registered? Okay, because I don't. I hope there's no one sitting inside that hasn't put their name and registered in front, because we need to count every single member to attempt to get to our quorum. So everyone has registered. Okay, super. So I think we're just going to give it another couple of minutes, recounting people that have registered so that we get to our quorum, then we can officially begin. So please bear with us. We're almost there. Thank you. We have quorum. Yeah. You guys don't look happy. Do not look happy. Okay, so 10:30 we start. Finalizing our quorum, printing everything, doing all the back end stuff. 10:30 we begin. Happy? Thank you. Good morning. Apologies for that massive delay. We were just trying to make sure that according to the rules that we reach our quorum. You know all the boring governance stuff, right? So we managed to reach our quorum. I will ask all the speakers to reduce their presentations because of time. So I know many of you have said you are running prior engagements after this event. So as soon as we all start, sit down, then we can officially begin. Okay. So, my name is Munya Duvera, and I will be the AGM officer for today's gathering. And I'd like to welcome you all to the South African Chefs Association Annual General Meeting for the year 2023. As you all know, we've had some delays over the past few months trying to set this event up, so I'm very pleased that we finally managed to have it this morning. I would like to welcome our board of directors on your right-hand side here. They will be announced a bit later on, but welcome to the president, James, and the rest of the board. I would like to welcome you, the members, the most important people at such an event, because this is a day that you get to vote, you get to decide how you'd want this organization to be governed. And I always stress to members the importance of such events. I know a lot of people would say these are boring, etc., etc. However, these are the events that determine what happens to the organization. And if you don't show up and don't vote, don't complain, right? So thank you for attending. Your voice shall be heard today through the voting that should happen a bit later on, and through whatever questions you might have that you want to pose to the board of directors. So let us just get some of the rules out of the way before we officially get into the proceedings of the day. So, number one, which is very, very important, members, you are allowed to ask questions, get anything for clarity, etc. But I do always want to remind us to do it in a respectful manner. I've attended events where things get heated here and there, things get emotional. But I just want to encourage us and remind us that to be respectful in our deliberations and our questions and so forth and so on. As an AGM officer, I will not be allowing any impromptu resolutions. Impromptu resolutions being someone might stand up and say, can we vote to change our venue from Johannesburg to Cape Town? Let's vote it right now. That is an impromptu resolution that shall not be permitted today. Why? Because we always want members to have a good amount of time to deliberate on whatever resolution is being brought to the table. So the most you will be able to do today is to ask questions, raise any concerns you might have, and then the board will take it up and then maybe bring an answer to you at some point. Okay. So let's start with quorum. So we have reached our quorum, and I will have our company secretary to note that in our minutes that quorum has been reached. That then means we can officially begin this meeting, and everything that shall happen today will be considered valid. All the resolutions that shall be voted for will be considered valid. So we have reached quorum. Helping me today to conduct today's meeting, myself obviously AGM officer, I have our company secretary here, Taryn, who will be taking minutes. Hand up, say wave. That is Taryn. Then we have Peter Kalal, who is our auditor. Here he is. He's going to give the presentation on our financials for the year 2022, and he's also going to be assisting with the voting when voting starts. Cindy sitting next to him is also going to be assisting in our voting. Ooh, there she is right next to Peter. When voting starts, I will give you a rundown of how that's going to work, probably the next hour or so. Let's go into the agenda. Can I have the agenda on screen? Is it possible? Oh, okay. I'll read it out very quickly. So our agenda is going to look something like this. I'm going to read it out very quickly, and then we'll start with our first official item. So number one, financial report that Peter Kalau is going to do just now. Thereafter, we'll have the office report by Tandeka, and then thereafter we'll have the vote on all the resolutions, 3 of them. I'll announce them a bit later on. Then we're going to have a break thereafter. Then we'll have the president's report, and then announcement of elected directors, and then open discussion, and then finally meeting finalization. And obviously before that, resolutions that had been voted on. So before we get into our first item, I would like us to adopt minutes of the previous AGM that was held last year in January, I think it was. So has everyone, minutes had been distributed through email and other means. I'm hoping we all went through them so that we can adopt them. I would like to say something very quick around the minutes because we did get a bit of concerns and questions from some of the members around certain content that was missing within the minutes. So, team, remember that minutes are a summarization of the event. They are not the entire transcript of the event. So there are items that will be left out. And it is up to the individual that is doing the minutes to determine what is important to include in the minutes and what is not. So there will not be every single item that was discussed at a meeting that will be recorded in the minutes. It does not, however, mean that whatever was discussed is invalid. Because remember, such an event is being recorded. So if there is anything that you don't see in the minutes but was discussed, you can always retrieve the video recording to find that item, and then, if you want to query it, etc. So the minutes you received are of the most important items of last year's AGM. Does anyone have any questions on that? Because I did receive a bit of emails. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
If there was a problem with the minutes, we have the right to corrections, which can be done in the AGM. And then they just note it down, and then the next, maybe they'll recorrect them.
No, fair. If it's an error, that is something different. Happy with that.
Yeah.
So errors are something different. Here I'm speaking specifically around what you may think or determine is an omission. You might determine that, why did we not include a specific discussion point? And remember, when we're creating minutes, the individual creating minutes has to determine which items are important based on a parameter, and that's what we include. But if it is an error, you're very right, ma'am, that's something that we can...
Is it only an error, or what was discussed on the day that needs to be corrected? You're only going to correct if it's an error, not something that you feel it's not important. Because it was raised. If it was raised, is it the fact that from now onwards we know that, because normally they put down whatever is omitted or an error, then we discuss whether it should be on the minutes or not.
So, if anything is omitted, it probably was because of it not being deemed, I don't want to use the word important enough, but not necessary in the minutes. But it doesn't mean it's not important. Because if you look at minutes, usually what are we highlighting? Resolutions, we're highlighting quorums and such things. Okay? So, for the minutes to adopt them, do I have a proposer from the members to adopt Elsie? Please, company secretary, please may you note that our proposer is Elsu. She's right behind you there. Do I have a seconder to adopt the minutes? By show of hand. Yes, sir. Can I have your name, sir? Cabello is going to second the adoption of the minutes. So the minutes of the previous financial year, AGM 2022, 2021 it was, have been adopted. Thank you so much. Now let's move into our first item of the day, which is the report on our financials for the year 2021 to 2022, done by our Auditor, Mr. Peter Kalau.
Thank you very much, Munya. I'm sure everybody who has been at the AGM before, prior years, has met me, has seen me, and I hope you were not suitably bored on the previous occasions. All right, so if we can go over to the financial statements, please, if we can go to the first slide. All right, having a look at that, it's fairly self-explanatory. Comprehensive income, cost of sales, etc., coming down to a loss. Now, something that should be noted, I think, as the auditor, which I think I should point out to you as the members, is that we had a reduction in turnover for the year ended February 2022. Our turnover went from 4.2 million to 2.6 million. I say ours, so your turnover went down to 2.6 million. Bearing in mind that in the year 2020, so the next comparative year, your turnover was 7.3 million. And a lot of the reduction from 7.3 million to 4.2 million was ascribed to COVID, which made sense because COVID was a major player. It has certainly affected the hospitality industry, which you are a part of, or a major player in the hospitality industry. But it seems that the trend has continued. And I will suggest and point out to the executive and to the members that perhaps measures should be put in place in order to address that turnover, that reduction in revenue. I can show you, and I would like to point out to you, that I think your executive has acted very responsibly in that at the same time as seeing their revenue is reducing, they've also managed to curtail a lot of the costs. You can see your employment costs have been reduced by about 1 million, as well as your administrative expenses have also been curtailed by about 1 million. So the reduction in revenue has been to some extent offset by the fact that your costs have in fact reduced over the current year. I can tell you that I've looked at some of the preliminary numbers, obviously not audited numbers, for the year in February 2023. Your revenue has plateaued, it would seem it's plateaued, and the costs have further decreased. So the outlook is far more positive because at this stage you can see, if you look right at your bottom line, these numbers here indicate your net losses for those 2 years. Now, fortunately, and I'll show you on the next page, in fact, if you can go to the next slide, please. On the next slide, you have got the financial resources that was maintained and collated by the association in prior periods. If you have a look there in 2022, 8.8 million rand. Have I got it? Ah! Ha! There we are. That number over there. So take the mic off. Okay. I'm not really in show business, you know that. Oh, okay. Beg your pardon. All right, so if you have a look, you have reserves in place. And those reserves are ultimately what you utilized in order to get you through, A, the COVID period, which was the 2021 year. Remember that the year ended February 2021 represented the entire period of lockdown, or the biggest period of lockdown. 2022 also shows some sort of level of lockdown. Remember, up to the end of February 2022, which is actually the most of the 2021 calendar year. But in the prior year, you could see your reserves were 11.1 million. So what you are seeing here is a gradual reduction in your war chest over the period of time to finance the losses that the association has been making. Hence I reiterate my previous statement that I urge the executive and the members to enhance and to support the association in order to make that revenue number increase and go back to where it used to be in order for you to be able to replenish those reserves that you have over there. That's quite important because if you do not do that and you continue to make losses, unfortunately, you are going to get into a financial position where it's untenable. As I said, I had a little peek at 2023. They are not audited financials. They're just draft numbers that I had a quick look at. And the situation looks a lot better. Although the revenue is down, it does appear that your costs have been curtailed and that there's probably a break-even scenario where the expenses equated to the income. So that's the most important part of this entire set of financial statements. There's very little other that's of importance. There's various loans and receivables and things that are normal trade and operating process. As the auditor, I can announce and I can say, if you looked at my audited financial statements, that there was no irregularities that we uncovered, although it is an audit, so it's not a forensic examination that's there to design to find all the or any irregularities if they occur, but we didn't find any, we didn't come across any, and overall, to our opinion, the association is well run, well managed, and got a good set of internal controls. So I think you can pat yourself on the back. That largely concludes the numbers. Has anybody got any questions regarding the numbers here? All right. Okay, if there are no questions, that's fine. One of the resolutions that you're going to make is to appoint a new auditor. Now, the problem, or not the problem, but the issue is that to be able to audit, you have to belong to the Independent Regulatory Board for Auditors. When Jason announced this to me to say that there's going to be a resolution, auditing is not really my forte. It's not an area that I really pursue. I'm an accountant, not an auditor, although we do some audits. We then decided to resign from the Independent Regulatory Board for Auditors. Now, they're the people that give us the license to audit. So, with the result is I will not do your audit in the future. This will be the last year that I'll audit. If you do not accept the proposed person that the board has proposed, that's your right. I can introduce other auditors and you can appoint those in due course in order to perform the audit on the association. So with that, I thank you very kindly. Our firm will still be involved with the association, assist with various bookkeeping matters and payroll and financial matters to help the association be a well-oiled and well-greased machine. But the audit in future will be conducted by a person other than myself. So I thank you very kindly. It was very nice to work with the association. We had great times together. It was very interesting. I learned a hell of a lot more. Perhaps if you look here, you think I've learned too much about food and eating and so on. My wife reminds me every day. So, but thank you very kindly. Thank you for all your assistance. And I wish the association all the best for the future. Thank you.
Another hand of applause there for Peter, for his service, for his dedication. Truly appreciated. Our next item on our agenda, Tandeka, where is she? There she is. Let's give a round of applause as she comes up to give the office report. Do you want the mic off or on here? On. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be standing before you today as the operations manager for SA Chefs. My name is Tandeka, as it was mentioned. Oh, okay. Okay. Office matters. As we know, we're still reporting on the year 2021. This was the year that the COVID pandemic was still quite significant, and it had a quite huge impact on how we work and how we all interact with each other. Unfortunately, this period has caused the association to be faced with big significant challenges that impacted its business, the revenue, and overall sustainability and profitability of the tourism and industry and the whole industry. The board had to make a difficult decision to terminate some of the staff that we had, and unfortunately we had to face retrenchment of 7 employees, and this process was completed in May 2021, and subsequently we also lost 4 of the employees that had resigned in the period. Human resources. We went through a restructuring exercise, and some of the things were added was the social media position. That we had to outsource that position, and the responsibilities of the PA were shared amongst the staff in the office, and the junior lecturer position was also put on hold, and the head lecturer also resigned in the period of September 21st, and that position was left vacant for the remainder of the year. In January 2022, the recruitment process of an operational manager commenced. This took multiple interviews, and eventually I was hired. Salary adjustments. There was a request to take up the salary for the cleaner, and it was approved by the board, but unfortunately the ESCO had denied that request, and that was subsequently because of the financial constraints that were faced in that year. In that year as well, we had no promotions, no bonuses, and unfortunately the leaves also, the liability of the leaves was still to be discussed by the board. Membership. Membership, I think, took the biggest knock in this period, because we saw a lot of decline in the membership and the renewals. I think because people lost a lot of jobs at that time, membership was not a priority, unfortunately. And what was observed was the students that were put, as we know, students have a 2-year period of membership. When that membership lapsed, they were not renewing their memberships. So this portfolio took the biggest knock. But we went on through a drive to promote membership. We went on a discount drive as well, which did assist. People took up the discounts. The discount was 50%. And we tried addressing some of the challenges that they had. We took that time, the COVID times, to see what we could do to cover in the market, what we could do to reach out to the members and address such things, and also look into the system, getting a new system into place, a membership system, a membership portal that will work for all parties involved. The projects that SA Chefs had in place for the year 2021, these projects all came to an end in that year. Which was the Exceller. We had 12 beneficiaries, and they all completed and graduated the EDB project on the 28th of October 2021. The graduations were held at SA Chefs. We had the Ukuta project. The programs had 16 beneficiaries for the year of 2021. They were also hosted at the SA Chefs graduations were there. The Lucky Star, this enterprise development had 14 beneficiaries who graduated on the 25th of November, and the graduations were hosted at HTA. Our CCE, the CCE took the biggest knock as well. As you know, this is our biggest revenue generation, but at that time, we had no traffic flowing in there. The only thing we did was executing the projects that I mentioned on the previous slide. So we just had the Exceller program, Nestle, and Ukuta, understandably so because of the year that we're talking about. Education and skills development. Also, education in this year took a standstill, as we know that the schools were on hold, most of them online, and throughout the year also we had to implement certain strategies on how education takes place. The traditional ways of education had to change drastically. So as the lockdown eased, it allows the industry to try to recoup some of the losses it faced during this lockdown. And education in the culinary schools adopted a shared way, online and face-to-face learning. Most of them went on a hybrid way of learning. So it eased in 2022. Colleges went back to classes, and it is notable that the lecturers had to go through monitoring and evaluation for SAQA to approve the compliance of SA chefs and for us to be re-recognized as a professional body, and this was done in 2022. Designation and RPL designations. We had to engage with the tourism sector human resource development strategy, and which is the Department of Tourism, and has streamlined RPL pilot project. This was delayed a bit, but the project was launched in 2021, and we had 3 chefs that went into this program. These were chosen by the tourism department, and the candidates submitted all their portfolios, and SA chefs went to all their workplace to their workplaces and visited all of them. This was done between January and February 2022. Oops. I'm lost. Okay. Sorry. I don't know what I did. Oh, okay, there we go. No, the next one. Okay. Did I skip? No. Okay, I'm gonna stop again. To the before events. Before? The one before. Before? There we go. The Education Committee conducted 2 training initiatives, one in Gauteng and one in Western Cape. This, with training providers, the training in Gauteng was focused on the trade test and trade test accreditation and conducting of trade tests and the ARPL process. The Western Cape training included engagement with TVET colleges. And an MOU with the Department of Education was in its final stages of approval, and it's set to be signed in 2022. SA Chefs Education hosted activations with Talk, which is a patron of SA Chefs. We also attended various engagements with training providers to consult and upskill lecturers, students, and assist in various challenges faced by providers with regard to regulators. Oops. Okay, I think I pressed too hard. Okay. Well, in the midst of COVID, the chefs were actively participating in various events this year. And regardless of the challenges that the pandemic presented, this helped showcase the skills within the SA Chefs membership pool and inspire young and upcoming chefs to become members of the association. We participated in National Mandela Day, and this was done, this was 2 African feeding schemes home and the Alexandra Children's Home. So we've collected items from SA Chefs and cooked in individual homes. SA Chefs team also assisted with the cook-off at the Protea Hotel by Marriott, or Tambo International Airport, and Radisson Hotel and Conventional Center at the OR Tambo. This was done with the CWC team, and we've produced about 24 liters of soup, which was, 24,000 liters. Yes, 24,000 liters of soup, which was distributed to the needy communities throughout the East Rand. And the transport of the soup was facilitated by the CWC hubs. We've also participated in the International Chef's Day. This was in 2021. Over the past few years, World Chef has partnered with Nestlé Professional to teach children around the globe about the importance of healthy eating by hosting fun-filled workshops worldwide. SA Chef celebrated International Chef's Day on the 20th of October by inviting several schools to their offices to experience what being a chef is all about. The theme of the day was how healthy food works. Many of the companies of chefs took part in the festivities, including Radisson Blue Hotel, who hosted their day with Gauteng Young Chefs Club members, which was Keegan Maestri and Kurti Kamal. Nestle fed about 1,000 children and were involved in International Day as well. The chefpreneurs also participated in quite a few events in this period, which was the BCE handover. SA Chefs would also like to thank the BCE Food Service Equipment for donating operating equipment to the value of 600,000. Their generosity has allowed us to uplift township catering businesses and upskill more than 650 small business owners over the past 8 years. This in turn has allowed them to employ more people and have more profitable businesses. Chefpreneurs also had a Chefpreneur Talk, which was a Chefpreneur interview. The Chefpreneur Talks platform is a pre-recorded interview, Facebook a broadcast between a chef and a host. So where entrepreneurs share their experiences and motivational support to fellow entrepreneurs, the business also gets to sell their services on this platform. So we also had a Women's Month live workshop. In August is a Women's Month, and on South African yearly calendar, and a need to pay high-profile women in business personas and new entrants women in business was sought by the committee. This workshop aims to develop strong networks between female-owned businesses. The previous event hosted TV personalities and well-established female business owners. The speaker will share their experiences and potential opportunities with the audience. Heritage Month live workshop. This was an indigenous food business live stream. Heritage Month features where local food businesses meet and share experiences and offer support to one another. The platform opens a strong networking platform amongst those small businesses. There was also a Cape Town workshop. This was hybrid. The Chefpreneurs committees have managed to set up a subcommittee in Cape Town following a hybrid workshop that took place at the Makers Landing. SA Chefs has different committees, and the committees that we have is the Education Committee that is run by Leslie, the Culinary Committee, which is Adrian Vegas-Brown. We have the Competitions Committee, that's also Adrian. And we've got the Women in Culinary that was run by Pinky Marubeng. And we've got the Chefpreneurs, which is run by Kevin Jewell. We've got the Financial Director, which is run by Kuvashon Pillay. We've got the Regional Committee, which is done by Warren France, and the Transformation, which is James Kaza. Communication, also Pinky Marubeng. And we've got the Youth Committee run by Candace Adams. Within the committees, we've got regionals as well. In the Limpopo region, it's run by Kelly Fowlens. Gauteng, Candace Adams. Northwest, it's Tia Prinsloo. And in Mpumalanga, it's run by Simon Sutherland. Free State, Dion Pastor. Western Cape, Jocelyn Adams-Mayer. And KwaZulu-Natal, Oliver Reddy. Eastern Cape, William Mkotoi. Naisna George, it's Francois Ferreira. The youth portfolio is, which is the youth YCC Global Network. It's guided by their 4 pillars, which is friendship, education, cuisine, and culture. They provide support and to our network of Fang chefs. The advisory committee, let's skip this. The advisory committee is Chef Kamo Tole, she's in the Free State, and those are the members below, which is Deboho Godfrey, Chef Emmanuel Pilani, Chef Jeremiah Malambo, and Chef Donovan Miller. In conclusion, the pandemic caused economic disruptions, with many businesses experiencing financial difficulties. Layoffs and company closures became widespread. Sectors such as travel, hospitality were particularly hit hard, which directly affected our partners' contribution into the association. The shifts to remote work highlighted the need for upskilling and reskilling employees to adapt to new technologies and ways of working. We need to invest in virtual training programs to ensure the workforce remains competent and productive in the digital environment that we are in. While the impact has been challenging, it has also led to opportunities for innovation and a reimagining of the future in the workplace. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lebu from NDS Chefs Academy. Oh, I'm battling to stand up. Thank you. Mine, maybe it's not a question, it's a bit of a confusion. And forgive me if I'm ignorant. I see on the report, it predominantly speaks about 2021. So I'm not sure, maybe I'm a bit confused. So I just wanted clarity of what you're reporting. Is it covering also what happened in 2022? Between financial year and February 2022 to current? Thanks.
No, it does not.
It doesn't.
We are reporting on 2021.
Oh, we are 1 year behind. Thank you for that clarity.
Done.
Thank you, Tandega. Does anyone want to give more clarity on the reasoning, in case for everyone to understand? Or you address it a bit later? Yeah. I'm sure maybe some others have the same, but there is a reason why we're reporting 2021. So maybe just clarity for everyone.
Okay, so the AGM is obviously reporting back on the financial year that ended 28th February 2022. As you know, we did try to play catch up at the previous AGM where we did 2 financial years in 1. Members were confused at the time. And because we were delayed once again with the AGM last year, because as you recall, it was meant to have happened in November 2021. It then got postponed to January 2022. It then also meant that should we have proceeded with another AGM last year, it would have cut the director's term drastically to a couple of months. So to accommodate all of that, as well as the delay of this year's AGM, there was no way that we were going to report on the financial year end that just finished now in 2023. So there was a few factors that did result in us delaying it, but it's matters that were out of our control. And just on that, as you know, at last year's AGM, it was voted in as a resolution that was passed by the membership that the director's term will be going forward as a 2-year term. So I'm hoping that the incoming board will make these adjustments, because next year's AGM will not have a director's election.
Okay, does anyone have any question on that? Okay, super. Let's move on to our next item, which is voting, the most exciting part of the AGM. So we've got 3 resolutions we're going to vote on today. 3 resolutions. There were meant to be 4, but the 4th one was retracted. as it is in the right of the board to retract any resolution. So we're voting on 3 items today. The procedure shall be very simple. I will read out a resolution. I will give some sort of explanation on it, what it means, etc. And then I'll open it to the floor for questions, for debate, for whatever anything might be. And then we'll vote on that item, and then subsequent second and third. Thereafter, we will have a break where the counting team will count the votes, and then the results will be read a bit later on. So let's start with the first one. Everyone who's voting, you've got your pedal? Wave it, wave it. Yeah, there we go. Good. Please make sure if you had already voted through a proxy, you can't vote twice. Please remember that. Can't vote twice. Resolution number 1. This one is a special resolution. Special resolution. So team, as you know, there are 2 types of resolutions. You got ordinary resolutions, you got special resolutions. What's the difference? Ordinary resolutions usually lead 50% of a threshold to be approved. Anything that says special resolutions, essentially speaking of needing a higher threshold. And in this case, according to the rules of the company, SHFs, a special resolution of this nature needs 60%. So for this resolution to be adopted, we need 60% of the people that are eligible to vote in this election for it to be approved. Make sense? Okay. Please stop me and ask questions anytime you need for clarity, because it's a very important part of our proceedings. So I'm going to read out what the resolution is, and then you guys may come in and ask any questions that you may have. And then we'll vote thereafter. So the first one, I'll just read it out here, it's fine. Okay. Amendment of Clause 5 of the Memorandum of Incorporation. This is an amendment to the MOI of the company to include provisions of a presiding president's term. So essentially, the board is requesting you members to change the MOI to allow for a change in the term of a president, of a sitting president, right? So I'm gonna read it what it says, and then we can have a discussion around it. The board has considered the following resolution and has recommended to the members for consideration of adoption. Details of the resolution. The Memorandum of Incorporation shall reflect the following amendment to Clause 5. So specifically, Clause 5 is the one that's being amended, or proposed to be amended, sorry. Number 5, Clause 5. The president may sit for a minimum of a single 4-year term. Such a term will be defined from the date of his/her election to the date of the annual general meeting held in the 4th year after his/her election, irrespective of the date of the election of the president in the 4th year, and which may, therefore, be before or after the expiration of a period of 4 years from his/her election. Here now comes the changes. Upon the presiding president's term ending, having served a 4-year term, on the same basis as the wording in Clause 5, the president must serve an additional single 1-year term as immediate former president, thereafter may not sit on the board again. So 4-year term, then the president has to sit for another year as former past president, right? Former immediate president. Now, listen carefully. Here's the big change. In the event of a presiding president's term ending and there not being a suitable candidate to be deemed as his or her successor, the presiding president may continue to preside as president for a further period of 12 months. From date of expiry of the 4th year from his election, in which event the board must seek to find a succeeding president. So in the event that there isn't a suitable candidate right now, the presiding president can serve for another term, 1 year. In that year, the board then has the responsibility of finding a successor, a suitable candidate. So all the changes is looking for an extra year to allow for the board then to find a successor. Okay? Goes on. That's not it. That's not all, rather. Such an in the event of the board unable to find a successor, I already read that. Such elected board member must have served a minimum of 3 years. No, I missed something. 5.3 says, in the event of the board being unable to find a suitable succeeding president in the 12-month period, the board shall elect a director from their current standing board who shall act as interim president for a period of 12 months. Such elected board member must have served a minimum of 3 years as a director. And then finally, upon the presiding president's term ending and upon there not being a suitable candidate to be deemed as his successor and the presiding president declines to preside as president for another period of 12 months from date of expiry of the 4 years from his election, clause 5.2 shall be enforced. Right, so that's resolution number 1, just special resolution. Do we have any questions? So this is where you members can debate it, you can ask questions. They will have to answer what their mind was thinking when they were creating this. There's the first one there. The mic is not on. The mic is not on.
Sabotage. It's okay. So I just want to understand under 5.2.1, it says such elected board member must have served a minimum of 3 years on the SA Chefs board to be eligible. Does that mean is that the current board, or could it be someone that's on the board left and then come back? As a question.
Okay. To my knowledge, it is collectively. So you were there, you came back, you've got to have 3 years for you to be eligible to be a president.
So does that mean even though I'm not an active board member at that particular time and I decide, okay, I want to put myself up for presidency, would that be allowed?
Yeah, as long as you've got your 3 years.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, board members, but you've got to have your 3 years minimum board experience with SA Chefs.
Thank you.
Am I correct? Board members nodding? Okay. No, so the change is 3 years. That's what we are asking for, the change. It used to be 4 years, but I've brought it down to 3.
Members, remember this is just a contingency. If that final year there's nobody willing to stand for president, so this contingency will kick in. But if there's somebody who's qualified to take that contingency won't kick in. As I explained it properly. So if that final year of a president, if his time is up, and there is no one who's qualified to be a president, that contingency point comes in because we didn't have it at the current time. That's why we asked the board voted that it be put on, so that the association carries on with leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Anyone else, team, who's got anything to members? Happy. So if there's no other questions or comments, we can vote then. So I'm going to ask my counters, Cindy and Peter, please do get up and walk around the room. So we're going to start with those that are in favor. Essentially, you're saying yes to this amendment. Please put your hand right up, right up. Not halfway, not, yes, pedals, not just your hand, pedals. Okay, so they're gonna start counting. Just give them a few minutes just to make sure they go through each individual. Exercise for us, good exercise. Peter, I think if someone's got 2, have they been appointed a proxy? Have you been appointed a proxy? Peter, I think he was appointed proxy, yeah? I know the person came and... Okay, so did he fill the proxy form? He didn't. Okay, that's fine then. Okay, one more time. Sorry for the delay. One more time, just to make sure. Happy? Okay, hold on. One more time, please. Keep them up. Okay.
Thank you so much. Those that are against? Those that are against? Is this peer pressure? What's going on? Those that are abstaining? So abstaining, you can vote, but you're choosing not to. Okay, thank you. We shall count that. Announcement will be after the break. Let's go to our second resolution. Ordinary resolution number 2. Ordinary resolution number 1. So this only needs 50% for it to be adopted. Resolved that the company rules will reflect the changes made to the MOI, the percentage of voting rights that will be required for the adoption of this ordinary resolution in support of it is 50%. So any changes that the MOI would have been made, such as the one we just voted for, would then reflect in the company rules. So it's just a vote to ensure that there's going to be reflecting the correct rules from MOI to company rules. So, all in favor? Oh, question, sorry. Say that again? You didn't get it. Let me read it again, sorry. So ordinary resolution, number 1, ordinary resolution meaning it only needs 50% for it to be adopted. And it is changes to the company rules. Resolved that the company rules will reflect the changes made to the MOI. The percentage of voting rights that will be required for this adoption is 50%. So what the MOI will change would then also mirror the company rules. Any questions before we vote? No. Okay. Yes. Those in favor? Those in favor? Can I put them up again? Sorry, last time. Okay, thank you. Those against? Against? Is that against? No? Okay. No. Abstaining? Okay. Thank you, members. The last resolution is the... No abstains, no abstains. Last resolution, ordinary resolution number 2, appointment of the auditors. As Peter had indicated earlier on, him and his team will be resigning, and there'll be a change of auditor for the financial year that is coming up. So the resolution reads, resolve that Monique Van Huyck, CASA, RA PKF Octagon, be appointed as a new auditing firm for the company. The percentage of voting rights that will be required for the adoption of this ordinary resolution is 50%. So essentially what we're doing, team, is we are voting to appoint an auditor for the next coming financial year. Does anyone have any question around who they are, et cetera, et cetera? Does anyone have any questions? There's one question here.
Are they? Oh. Okay. We just want to know who are they, because we're trying to give everybody a chance that is in the industry to know who are they and how are they going to be appointed.
Okay,
if
sure.
I'm clear.
So appointed, they'll be appointed through obviously this vote. Who they are, I can let.
Yeah.
So they are here. They are present.
Hi everyone, so I'm Monique from Wyk from PKF Octagon. So PKF is a mid-tier firm. We basically have a footprint all across South Africa, Africa and internationally. We represent quite a few countries. So our staff quantity is about 200 people that works for us. 21 people, 21 partners and associates all together. We have a very strong technical team. So if there's any questions, anything, you're more than welcome to come and ask me. I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Chef Cool wants to add on to that.
So also just to add on so that the members understand why it's only PKF that has been put onto the resolution. So over the last 6 months, we've received proposals from various auditing firms, and there was obviously criteria that was put together. And also, as you know, we pay for auditing services as well, so a quote had to also be submitted. It was reviewed by the FinCo, which is made of myself, Chef James and Jason. It was then put forward to the ExCo, which was then put forward to the board, and then the board then ratified that they would prefer to go with PKF Octagon, and that's why we've put the resolution as the preferred auditing company.
Okay, does that answer the question? Or anyone else, please feel free if you want any further clarity. It's one at the back there. We'll come to you, sir, after.
I just want to find out, is there a timeline? How long are they going to be the auditors, or is it an indefinite thing? What's the term that has been, that if we do vote them in?
Okay, so that was also one of the considerations that we have taken, and also with consultation with various legal parties and also the Directors Association as well, that our auditor or auditing partner needs to change every 4 years, and that's also one of the reasons and one of the criteria that we looked at, because you can appoint one company, but the actual auditing partner changes every 4 years. So for example, should this resolution be passed, Monique will be the auditor for the next 4 years, and if the association is happy with the services of PKF, PKF stays on as the auditing company, but Monique would then hand it over to another partner.
All right, anyone else, team? Anyone else, members? All right, happy. Let's vote. So this vote is to elect and to appoint the auditing firm. Those who are for it, the yeas, please put up your pedals. Okay. Those that are against? Those that are abstaining? We do have an abstinence. So one abstinence. Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. That concludes the vote on the resolutions. The results shall be
read after the break as to which were approved or which were not approved, and then action items shall subsequently be put onto those items. At this stage, we shall take a quick break. Maybe let's not make it too long, maybe 10 minutes, so that we can come back and finish off and be done by 1-ish or so. Thank you, members. See you in about 10 minutes. 20 to 12, let's be back. All right. I hope we had a good, quick break. Water, tea, bathroom, etc. Okay. Oh no, we're not announcing now. We're not yet announcing now. Okay. Continue. Let's continue. Can we have our screen back on so we just see where we're at now? We're just going to have a slight change of the agenda just to move a few things around. So our next item is going to be the announcement of the elected directors. Or Academy of Chefs first. Okay. Bruce? Then he's also going to do the election of directors. Okay. Philippe, are you ready? You can start with the Academy of Chefs report, and straight after, then he will go into the director's report.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, chefs, Mr. President, all done. Okay, the Academy of Chefs report that was sent to me this morning from Bruce, the actual chairman. Sorry. I need help. Pinky, please help. You see, I'm going straight back to the tea break. Okay. Hello? Are you moving it? Am I moving it? Okay. Okay, so this year we did change the logo that was going. We in our 27 years. And the logo was changed. We bought a little bit more modern. And we decided that in order for us to move closer to our heritage, which is the SA Chefs Association, we tried to bring it as close as possible. The project commenced and Bruce met with the SA Chef board to discuss the process, and we came up with this new logo representing part of the logo of the Chefs Association, the colors of the Chefs Association, because obviously at the end of the day we are part of the South African Chefs Association. So as the new logo, it was important for us as an academy to streamline our policies and status. This was the second project of the year. We then had internal discussion because we are a separate entity from the SA Chef. And we changed a couple of the policies and status. We then sent everything back to SA Chef for final approval, which we did get. Thank you very much to the board. Okay, and obviously you got a new logo. We had to get new jackets. Okay, so you'll soon see the members of the academy, which are with the new jackets, with the new logo, and we've got a sponsor just at the back with a tiny little, with a small logo on the collar, which obviously we had to put, but we didn't want to turn into a race car driver jacket. So that's going to be the new look and feel of the academy jackets. Oops, sorry. As an academy, our mission is we decided to become more involved with events, okay, and not only attend, but also to showcase the academy and its members through education and other means. We at Hostex, Peter Holman, also past chairman, did some beautiful presentation. It was well received by the audience and a lot of the chefs from Gauteng. That was in Hostex obviously last year. We had a fundraiser a couple of weeks ago at Oakville, where I'm the chef, where we raised, I think it was 1,250 euros. That was sent directly to Chef Without Border for the support of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. We also had a get-together at one of the city lodges, which was great. We had one at Chef Fortunato, and we also arranged a small social in Cape Town at the opening of one of the other restaurants, Tava, that are involved also with. We had a few members there. And then we also, the Academy takes part in the Global Pizza Challenge, Game of Chef coming through, and also the long-running Checkers Boulevard Championship that we've been running in conjunction with SA Chef. Fortunately or unfortunately, so the membership is supposed to be one member per year of existence of SA Chef. So unfortunately, not only are we going down in the years, but unfortunately a lot of our members, or many of our members unfortunately are passing. And with the passing of Francois Ferreira a couple of weeks ago, we re-looked at the numbers, and it's time for us to start looking and calling for new people that want to come into the association, okay? It's not by invitation. So we don't come to you and say, would you like to come? If you go onto the SA Chef website, you will see there's the rules for you to apply. So the first rule for you to be able to apply, you need to be a member for 15 years of the association, uninterrupted. So once you've got that under your belt, you can then start applying. You need to find a member of the association who's been a member of the ALC for more than 5 years to support your application, go through the system, and the minute we've got anybody that wants to join in, then the vote is done by the ALC themselves. So if you have old people, because straight away you become a member of the ALC, you're considered as an old person. Don't look at me like that. You look like an old person. So that's it. The Academy would like to get more involved with SA Chef and request we would like to get involved with you with the events, not only with the events, but I think that we've got a lot to give to the members. And you know what they say, it's always in the old pots you do the best soup. And I understand that, yes, we're old and maybe our ideas sound old. But trust me, at the end of the day, we are here to help, and we're here to try and promote our industry that we love and we would like to see flourish much more. Okay, as we said, this year will be saddened by the passing of long-standing members and well-respected Chef Francois Ferreira. And we encourage regional committee members as well as board members to contact us when you need assistance with any culinary-related matters, irrespective of how big or small. And as I tell everybody, the Academy is there to be used, not abused, but the Academy is here to be used. And I promise you, every member of the ALC is prepared to come and help. In closing, our aim is to become more relevant within our industry and to ensure that we live up to our mission and set out in our policies and statutes. Please know we are here for you, the association that honored us, use us, just not abuse us. A big thank you must go to all our members and the board of SA Chef who have supported Bruce during this year, and I look forward to the next year serving the Academy. And that's it, those are the details for Bruce McKay, which are, I think, on the website. Okay, so we're here for you, we're here to help. Please, as it says, use but don't abuse us. And I think this ends my presentation Yes, last one. Thank you. Okay, so this ends the good part of my presentation. Now I'm going to give you a lesson on how to be hated by people in less than 2 minutes. I was honored and lucky to be asked for the second year in a row to chair the election committee for the board of directors of the South African Chefs Association. And I had two of my colleagues, unfortunately one's having his eyes fixed, had nothing to do with the results. And Lerato is not here, I didn't see her. Lerato is also busy, which is great to find out. Before I announce the directors, in no specific orders, on a personal note, I am quite saddened that we do have, give or take, 4,500 members which are eligible to vote for the board members. And I'm sad to announce that barely 3% of this membership has found the 30 seconds or 45 seconds which is required to vote for this new board. So, yes, we do get asked, and I'm sure the question comes to you also, what the hell are you doing for us? What is the Chefs Association doing for the chefs? And yes, the answer should be, what are you doing for the Chefs Association? But I'm begging the new board to make a priority to bring the children back into the nest. Because to be a director of an association and claim 10,000 members, but then 10,000 people don't give a damn about you, then why? If you got paid, I think, okay, so it's worth it. You got a job, thank you very much, you're getting paid. But you're not getting paid. It's an ungrateful honor, if I may call it that way. So you're producing some stuff, and I saw all the program that was done, everything that was done over the last year or 2 years or whatever. That's great, but who are we doing it with if those people that participate cannot give a minute of their time every year to elect a board? And I had a conversation with my colleague there from KZN. A board just got elected in Durban. There's 10 people, 5 didn't vote for the main board. Why? Why do we need those people on board? So now that I've depressed you, and now that you hate me more than you did before, let's get to the good part of it. And I am pleased and proud to announce the new directors in no particular order. Please can I call on the president, Mr. James Koda, to come here, or to come there to the table, and also to Pinky, who apparently is going to undress you and redress you. I don't know, I was told she's taking care of the uniform side, so I'm assuming. Okay. Chef Koo, don't sit down, please come and join us. It should be in that correct order. You're looking in the wrong pile. Chef Malumela. Okay, let him come here, man. Just relax. Andile, do you mind getting up? Can you get up? Get up? Get out of the way? No, no. Chef C's way. Can sit down, thank you. Nobody left on the line. Please, Chef Malomela, please come in. Chef Candice. The flower among the thorns. Chef Oliver. So we know. Okay, sorry about that. Chef Warren. Chef Leslie. Chef Tommy. And this brings us to the end of the presentation. Oh, no, I've still got one. Chef Andile, sorry. We're lucky he's in the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 12, 24 months, please let me introduce you your new board of directors. And if I understood all the resolutions and everything else, I think we are lucky we will still be under the stewardship of our current president, Mr. James. Chef James is remaining as the chairman. Here's your new board. Thank you very much. Let's have a big round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Chef James, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to leave you at this point in time. Thank you. Bye-bye. I've broken everything. Okay, broken. He's short enough. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We're almost there. We're almost finished, team.
We've got a hand, Monya.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, man. Before Philippe leaves, I just have a question. I know that obviously I explained about AOC and the criteria for people to get into the AOC, but I didn't hear any strategy of transformation, or if they do have a strategy of transformation for the AOC. Thanks, Philip.
Okay, so funny enough, we had the let's call it the internal discussion. We got a WhatsApp group, which is easier for us to be able to connect to each other. Transformation is, the AOC was set up in such a way that it's being elected by the members, and that's why we cannot propose anybody. So we're looking to the members of the members of the Chefs Association to put the name forward. I understand that we are looking for, yes, we will need some more color on the, let's be open. We need some more color, we maybe need some more ladies. But the problem is that if nobody wants to come forward, we've got a problem with such transformation. I promise you, we've had a discussion that went through, funny enough, but not a week ago, where proposals were made. So we've got a problem on the, we've got a problem. One of the issues that we cannot have sitting directors to become members of, or sitting directors or sitting president to be members of the AOC. They need to be of the board to be able to come to us. Okay. And we know a lot of members that have been with over 50, and this is one of the reasons why they had a restructure a couple of years ago where Chef Heinz and Chef Mullers sat together with the board to redo some of the proposition and how to become a member. And we came down from 20 years to 15 years, uninterrupted membership. This morning I actually asked the membership manager to please send us a list of the members which were eligible. We cannot propose them. The proposition has to come from you. So we are looking forward to your propositions to come through, and we will then make the decision on what they call it, on on transformation, but it will be done on merit. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Anyone in question? Okay, happy. Congratulations to the new board, once again. Next item, I'm just going to read out the resolutions that we voted on before the break and the results thereof. Resolution number 1, which was a special resolution, which was to amend clause 5 of the MOI, 75 votes, 5 abstained, chose not to vote, 1 against, 69 for. So as you know, for adoption of it, it needed a 60%. So clearly, we have 60% allowing for the resolution to be adopted. Order resolution number 2, 77 votes cast, 5 abstained, 2 against, 70 voted for. So resolution number 2, which needed a 50% for adoption, was adopted. And finally, resolution number 3, appointment of new auditors. 76 votes collectively, 6 abstained, 0 against, and 69 for. So resolution number 3 adopted, appointment of the auditors that are here with us today. So everything was adopted, yeah. So what does that mean? I just want to focus on resolution number 1, because I do believe some people might have a bit of confusion around what it means. So as you saw, the new board was announced. President James, who is sitting president, according to the old rules, his term would have ended today. That's his 4-year term. What we amended today, which you approved, was a contingency in the event that there isn't a suitable candidate to be president. And as you have seen, there wasn't a vote for a president. We did see that, yes? There wasn't a vote for a president. And the reason being there was not a suitable candidate to be voted on as president. So according to the amendment that now has become law to the company, Clause 5 is activated today. That allows then President James to continue for another year as a sitting director, as a sitting president. And in that time, the board would be looking for a president to take over in the next AGM. That's what Clause 5 was for. The board created it as a contingency, and because we are in that situation today, that means then that president, if he accepts, I'm going to ask him if he's going to accept. If he accepts, then he will continue as president for a further year. If he declines, which is his right, then the second contingency would be that the board would have to look internally to anyone who's got 3 years experience at least to then be interim president for, again, 12 months. So that was what Clause 5 was for, to enable continuity, to enable a president to be there for the association. So, President James, do you accept a further 12 months?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been tough. That's all I can say. You know, being a president under COVID is not easy. Being a president who cannot be able to do anything, you know, even if you've got strategies, concepts, whatever you name them, and they don't work, it's hell frustrating. So to push another 1 year of torture, I don't really. Yeah, I do accept because the board already did ask me in a board meeting, so I accepted then. So I'll accept for another year to carry on. I do. Thank you.
I do. Super, there you go. So the president has accepted for further 12 months. This shall be then put in our company rules. Remember our resolution number 2, which allowed us for, oh, okay, you can go on. There's a question to go on.
Chef James, for accepting, because I believe in you as a person. I'm going to ask you to really accept and just let us know what can we do to help you be able to do what you're supposed to do, or what you want to achieve now that we are no longer on lockdown, because we need to improve, especially our membership, it's low, and us believing in SACA, it's also low. We just come, but we need that motivation on how, because if I'm telling my fellow chef to say join, I need to have reasons to say why I join. You want to join. I'm disappointed in myself as a woman that I didn't vote another woman in the chair. I'm very much disappointed with myself. But Candice, let's hope you'll just draw us back into the association. But I'm really up for Chef James.
There we go. I think with that comment, I'll call on President James to do his report, the president report, and I'm sure he'll address some of those concerns and other items that the members have raised. President James, do you want to use?
Yeah, it's not easy to stand in front of people, because I take this appointment as well as a public service. And if you serve public, it's difficult as well. Yeah, it's emotional. Allow me a few minutes to get back to my... Okay. Yeah. It's never easy, guys, to look after people because different people have got different expectations. And it's never easy to stand and lead people. Some of them want to be led, some of them they don't want to be led. I cannot be a leader for everybody. I know personally people want their own ways. But unfortunately, it's for the association. It's for everybody. So I cannot stand here and guarantee you that I will vote or I'll do work for certain individuals and not the entire board or the entire community of chefs. That I won't do. And I did say it the previous time, this one maybe I'm unpopular. It's okay, I don't care. I don't care, you put me in, so for another year, I'll do it. But I'd like to emphasize that even the members themselves, they need to help the association. You don't have to look at the board members only and think that they have to make things happen. They are not magicians. They're not miracle workers. Some of you guys have got expertise. Sales and marketing, you have that. But you don't want to raise your hand and say, this is my company, my organization. I devote all my time to do something so that the association carries on. I'm telling you right now, with the current situation in the country, it's difficult, guys, to keep the people in this organization because it's a non-profit organization. We don't make money. We can't sell you anything. We cannot be like a professional association where we demand thousands of rands from you to keep us going. Membership is sitting at 296. Jason? Who is Jason? 290? 295 for over 10 years or 12 years. It's been sitting at that. What is 295? You paid for a year. And some of you guys don't even want to pay it. But you sell so much lip service that you frustrate the others who got good intentions not to be part or to make sure that this association is sustainable. An association, the definition of association is for people. It must be for a community. It must serve the people. But you cannot serve people if you don't have the best interest of the people at heart. And those people as well must have the association at heart. That's why it's a collective of all of us joining together and making sure that we uphold, this association and we believe in its ethos, its fundamentals, its pillars. Some of us, we don't even know the pillars. Some of us, we don't even know who's the chair of a particular region, but yet we throw stones. Some of us, we're old people that are mature and they've done service to this organization, but they don't do a great service to be positive, to make sure that the association carries on. You rain it down, you run it down. It's wrong, guys, it's wrong. It is wrong. If nobody have told you it's wrong, I'm telling you today, you can actually tell me to whatever, to leave, I'll leave. But let's be people that believe in what we do. And remember, even the board members here that have been voted in today, they must understand that they're not doing it for themselves, for self-gain. They're doing it to uplift the profession of chefs. We've been looked at, under, we've been looked at below, we've been looked at, like we're nothing in the years before. But now a chef profession, it's an educated profession. We got academia in this profession. So a lot of things need to change, but we need ourselves to take hold of and believe in our profession and speak positively about this profession. But unfortunately, we act as if it's a useless profession. It's not a useless profession. It's not. So from now on, people, let's be serious of who we are. That's all I have to say on the matter. It's also difficult for me to read this because I'm actually emotional. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. I'll start, guys. I'll start. I hope I didn't. Yeah. Okay, to our presiding officer, thank you, Munya. Vera for, for allowing, us to work with you. You've come in to professionalize our association. Guys, the director of Directors Association South Africa, they're partners with us, partnering with us to make sure that everything that we do is above board, is legitimate. So I think that's what we've been aiming for, our governance to be on par, to be relevant. If we call ourselves a company, to be a company, and do our things with transparency and fairness, and making sure that, again, we do it for our people. So our chefs are our people. Thank you, Munya, for agreeing to preside over this. I don't know, virtually, there might be honorary presidents that are on virtual also listening. Just to acknowledge them as well, I'd like to acknowledge our honorary president, Stephen Billingham, honorary former president, Martin Cobalt, honorary president, Heinz Brunner, honorary president, Manfred Müllers. There's vice presidents in the room. To you, Chef, the outgoing vice president, Pinky Maruping. Thank you very much. I acknowledge you, Ku. I acknowledge you. And I'd like to acknowledge the board members, past and present, that are coming on board right now. Thank you very much. And I'd like to acknowledge as well you all, Chef members, because you're the shareholders of this company. Thank you very much for attending. And also the regional chairs and the committee members of those committees. I acknowledge you all. And last but not least, I'd like to acknowledge our outgoing, I don't know where he is, Peter Kalal. Is he gone? Okay, I'd like to acknowledge him and thank him as well. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Goeiemorgen, Dumelang and Sanbonani. I'd like to welcome you all who are here in person and those who are attending virtually to this AGM. I'm pleased to present the annual President Report for the fiscal years 2021 and 2022. We tried to bring it so that to be relevant, but last year we had a lot of challenges that we couldn't do it. So we really apologize for that, because it's difficult to present on a year. We're supposed to present 2022, 2023. So I'd like to apologize for that. Later in my presentation, I will have an opportunity, you will have an opportunity to hear from Ku. We'll inform you about our plan on communication in the forthcoming months. I believe that right now, as an association, we must not sell lip service. Actually, we must be all hands on board and make sure that whatever we do is actionable. Ladies and gentlemen, the past year has been a challenging one for our organization and for the culinary industry. I think the whole tourism and hospitality fraternity. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to adapt and find new ways of conducting business, including moving many of our events and meetings online. We tried that, and yeah. Despite these challenges, I'm proud of the resilience and adaptability of our members and the SA team, both the board and the office team. Valued members, the financial year 2021-2022 has been a challenging one for SA chefs. To the impact as well, and to the whole country, I think globally as well. Our members were affected by the economic downturn, as many lost their jobs and businesses closed down, and there was no government help in terms of funding these businesses as well. In addition, our partners reduced their marketing budget, which had a significant impact on our revenue streams. As a result, the association recorded a loss of revenue for the year. I'll report on membership. The pandemic exposed and exacerbated existing vulnerabilities in our society, especially the disadvantaged communities. I think our stat says that I think about 73% of our members comes from the vulnerable communities. So if they were affected, I don't think they'll pay for their fees. They'll rather feed themselves and their families and they pay, and because they're not working. Obviously, when choices have to be made regarding personal and family finances, the association membership has become one of our focal points as a possibility of non-essentials to those vulnerable members. We cannot compete with basic needs for human survival, which is to save their own lives. We had a period of non-growth in the membership as well as slow, limited renewals of membership. By the end of the fourth quarter of 2021 calendar year, South Africa's unemployment rate stood at 35.3% from the 34.9% of the third quarter. So you can see it is growing per quarter. And 43% in the fourth quarter. So it was 34, then it went to 35, then it went to 43 in the fourth quarter, with the youth unemployment standing at 65%. 65, that's staggering. And right now, I think it's pushing 70s. Headline consumer price inflation accelerated to 5.5% in November of 2021. The cost of living is increasing, but the economy is shrinking, and the majority of South African population is struggling to make ends meet. The total household surveyed employment decreased significantly. Formal employment decreased markedly along with broad-based job losses. These negatives had adverse effect on our membership due to the crippling effect of the pandemic as well as on the tourism and hospitality industry. Our sector has dropped in employment levels of less than 990,000, just less than 1 million in 2020, representing a reduction of 32% in 2021. There was little or no proof in 2021 of the employment stats. Analysts in the field of economy has indicated that the unemployment was also a factor that led to the rioting in Durban, although not coordinated, but at different times. There have been a lot of rioting in our country. It's not systematic, but it's because of people are hungry. Dearest members, despite the challenges faced during the financial year, the association has managed to be resilient and maintain its membership base. We have continued to provide valuable support to our members through various online platforms. We have also worked closely with our members to provide them with resources and guidance to help them navigate the pandemic effects on their businesses. Thank you to the Chefpreneurs Committee for that. Subsequently, what comes out of our membership base is the worrisome drop in professional membership as well. If you take a bit of a gap analysis, you'll see that our professional members is the one that's really critically affected. This has been aligned to the skill deficit in flexibility labor laws that has traditionally made skill retention in our country non-existent. Most of our senior citizens has not been positively employed, and we've seen a lot of people leaving our shows, going overseas, which is fine because it opens an opportunity for the young guys to step in. But the skill shortage for managerial competencies or acumen is a little bit of on the downside. On events, valued members, unfortunately, due to the restrictive protocols on gathering, the association was unable to host any events in that particular year. This was a significant disappointment for our members who rely on our events for networking, showcasing their culinary skills, and learn from other culinary leaders. We are optimistic that the situation will improve in the coming fiscal year, and we'll be able to host events again. On partnerships, our partnership with industry stakeholders has always been essential to the success of this organization. I'll stop there and try to explain it to you. Our revenue streams as an association comes from the membership dues. It comes from patrons, partners who donate money in terms of in exchange of services from us. That's the second part. And the other one, normally events, we don't make money, we just break even. So we have only two revenue sources, that's the partners and the members. And sometimes education, when we do some education projects, we get revenues there, but that's on and off. I'll carry on. We have collaborated on various initiatives to promote the culinary arts and support the industry workforce. We thank our partners for their continued support during these challenging times. Ladies and gentlemen, Now let's look at the financials. Our operational financial year 2020 was probably the most challenging year, like I said. The association revenue stream were negatively affected by the pandemic impact on the industry. This resulted in the loss of revenue, like I mentioned. Despite this, the association remains resilient while maintaining essential services for our members. We sort of on survival mode for the past year, and I think this financial year we're also on survival mode because we've realized that most of our businesses in the restaurant sector is not really taken up. Even the catering business are still struggling. So we are still on survival mode. It is incumbent on us as association leaders to take cognizance of the complications that have emerged and acknowledge, accept, work to resolve this predicament without relinquishing the longer-term aims and ambition of the association to stay open for business. The pandemic and the resultant containment measures had caused immeasurable harm globally, but this hardship has also provided individuals and companies, organizations the opportunity to reflect and reset where necessary. Against this background, it is pleasing to report that the resilience of SA Chefs and the competence of the board as a team again came to the fore to ensure a highly competitive financial and operational performance for the year. Let us look at the contributing factors to our revenue generation challenges. Now we look at what made us report a loss. The South African tourism and hospitality sector remains under pressure with low economic growth and high unemployment because of COVID, and partly in that year, load shedding was starting. In July, the country was hit by a riot of looting across KZN and Gauteng. These challenges had been widely documented and were previously been exacerbated on a global global forum as well. This affects our tourism or attractability as a tourism destination. This includes the advent war. Again, there's the war in Ukraine that started in January, February of 2022. Then that war led to global food insecurities. I think most of our exec chefs here and caterers will know that oil prices shot up double. So it was because of that war. I'll carry on. And the domestic issues such as increased load shedding, closure of our food supply chain in KZN, and declining consumer confidence. Added to these was the Omicron variant that was South African, that saw South Africa being banned by the UK on 3 occasions in December of 2021 and partly in January. Unfortunately, no one could have predicted that the latter half we will be contending with almost unprecedented economic and geopolitical uncertainty with looming threats of potential global recession. The above challenges affected the association directly as we could not raise revenue, and indirectly as they affected our members and partners. Nevertheless, while it's operating in a minefield environment, we're confident in South African chefs' ability to continue adapting and changing markets as it was successfully done over its 49-year rich history. I think next year it's a 50-year history. Next year, the association, it's 50 years next year. I think maybe we need to start planning a celebration of some kind. So our membership vision and value proposition was greatly affected by COVID. Let's go to governance. I know that in July, the 1st of July 2020, government legislated that the POPI Act be introduced in South Africa. So in July 2021, we launched it at SA Chefs. Thank you very much to Jason as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what we said we will do in financial year 22. This is what we said we will do. We had promised an online membership portal, but we didn't do it. We could not implement this as we were charged in excess of 2 million for the project. I think I stood here last year in January and promised you a portal that will do amazing things for us. But the expense bill was 2 million. So under the circumstances, we couldn't do it. I'm sorry. We decided to rather save the money than invest it in this expensive exercise. This could have solved some of our communication concerns that we have with us. We did employ our operations manager, Thandeka Feliti, who presented earlier to you today. Can you stand and people see you? That's Thandeka, our operations chief. So she runs our offices there at SHF. Thank you very much, Thandeka. We're still struggling to fully implement our transformational plan to be fully inclusive in all structures of SA shares. It's a sensitive matter that needs that we put together people that's got wisdom in transformational matters that must guide us. Because most of us are just chefs. Most of us are emotional. Chefs are always emotional by nature because you got egos, chefs. So this matter needs people that are independent to us, who must guide us. I'd like to promise you right now that this coming year, I'll make sure that that committee is put together, and we'll see some transformational, inroads or transformational plans coming into fore. And I will keep you informed all the time. I take that, I'll lead that one, and I'll make sure that I'm accountable for it. I'm taking it to new board. I'll lead that one. I don't want to take it, ask anybody of you to take it because I know it's heavy. I'll take it myself. Thank you. The new board is showing some signs and of youthfulness and some signs of coming up with new ideas. And if you look at the board, it's inclusive. It's only that we're missing ladies, like Philip said. So I think in transformational terms, we 60% or 70% there. Can you agree? Do you agree, members? Looking at the board, is it inclusive enough? Is it 40%? Okay. You heard, gentlemen and ladies. So we need to work on that one. For I think the next board election will be 2025, isn't it? Cool. So we got 2 years, guys, to make sure that we work on a plan to make sure that we transform everything. Like I said, we got only one lady representing all the ladies out there, which is wrong. And I like also this. That's the second commitment I'm making to you. I'll make sure that I start a committee of 15 people that I'll mentor. I'll get some few guys that have got leadership qualities and characters to mentor 15 ladies to prepare them for 2025. So I'll do it in 2 years. I'll take that on my side. We also address the national team dilemma. At the moment, it is both monetary and demographic because there's also a transformational issue there. So we need to face up and make sure we resolve it for us to move forward in unity and make sure that we got the support of everybody. Because an association, like I said, it belongs to the members. So it must be representative of all the members. So I think going forward, board, again, we need to make sure that that transformation plan for the team is put out so that people may trust us and want to belong with us again. If we do things right, we include the people, I think they'll support us. But if we exclude the people, they never support us. Looking ahead, ladies and gentlemen, our focus will be entrenched on the following. These are the key competency areas that will look at a new board that we need to tackle as a board. Membership focus. We have to listen to members. If we don't listen to members, we are not leaders. So membership focus is critical. The second one will be revenue generation. We need to come up with extraordinary ways of raising money, because we understand that members' dues are okay, but they're not sustainable. So we need to come up with other revenue streams or ideas. So that's another focus area for us as a new board. Again, the national team, it's another one of our focus. So we got 3 competencies areas that we need to deal with this coming year. Membership. Second one is revenue generation. Third one is the national team. That belongs to all the people. Changes in directorates under the review we didn't have, because we didn't have any change in directorate then. In conclusion, the South African Chef Association has faced a lot of challenges during the financial year ending 2022. The future remains uncertain. This is further compounded by the prevailing global economic pressures, notably the risk of, there's a lot of things that just pop up here and there. Recently we heard about the sanctions and what it really affects our marketability as a tourist destination. The Ukraine crisis also still plays, and locally the electricity supply carries on. We don't see an end to it. So it means that we have to look outside these areas. I don't want to come in back next year and report that we are under the pressure of that and that. I think we just have to, we know them, we must own them and find adaptable ways to be resilient. However, we remain committed to supporting our members and the industry's recovery. We are optimistic that the situation will improve in the coming year. We look forward to resuming our events and continuing our work to promote, elevate, and evolve the culinary arts in South Africa. We continue to thank our members, partners, stakeholders for their confidence and support during these challenging times. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our members for their continued support, commitment, and dedication to SA Chefs during these unprecedented times. I would like also to express my appreciation to our board directors and staff at the office for their hard work, commitment, and direction for our organization. Valued members, I would like to acknowledge and thank the outgoing board of directors. Chef Pinky Magruping, can you stand up, please? Okay, can you just come over here? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pinky. That's our fiery lady. Very fiery. Hey, Pinks? Very fiery. We want to miss that. Yeah, Alistair Isu. Thank you very much. We don't know. We don't want to reveal the years. In absentia, Chef Adrian Vegas Brown, we acknowledge him as well because he was leading our competitions and culinary portfolio. I think one of you guys can come and accept it on his behalf. Thank you. He works in London. And our lady, Jocelyn. Thank you. And one of you Cape Town guys can collect for Chef Reina diamonds. Thank you. It was an honor working with you all, guys. We fought, debated, we're told off. I've been told off on numerous occasions. Even if I'm a president, they don't even respect me. I was pulled by Pinky on the carpet. Thank you very much, Pinky, for everything. Chef Alistair, you served under Stephen Billingham's presidency and under mine. Thank you very much. Jocelyn, thank you for bringing Cape Town closer to us, because we need the chefs in Cape Town to belong as well, to share their expertise as well to the bigger fraternity of SA chefs. Thank you. Can you just give them a round of applause? Not forgetting the outgoing auditor, Peter Carlisle, I think he's been in service with us, Jason, for 6 years, isn't it? Or 8 years? 6 years, yes. So we thank him in absentia as well for, Jason, can you come and take his... Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to just to salute these great people, to stand up and give them a round of applause, please. Can you stand up, please? Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to also explain to you that as a director, it's a voluntary exercise. We don't get paid. We don't get paid a cent. We use our monies to travel to and fro locally. It's only when the guys are coming from regions that we fly them to Johannesburg. And also, I think we've moved our meetings from face to face just to avoid, the FAs. We've gone virtual. We've done virtual meetings. We only bring them up if it's there's an important resolution that we have to adopt. So we've tried, guys. Really, thank you very much. I understand that sometimes you look at these guys like the way they're dressed, like we pay them. We don't pay them. And to answer to Chef Philippe's question of why people they don't want to put to raise their hands up into leadership positions, it's because most boards are paid. We only board that doesn't pay anybody. So I think maybe I'll ask Munya to explain that part, that directors are supposed to be paid so that at least you hold them accountable. Because right now, if I hold somebody accountable, they tell me that, oh, I'm doing it for free, I'm leaving. But going forward, I'll just say you can leave. I think that's the best way, isn't it? Because we need to commit, isn't it? So it's going to be like that. Thank you very much. Let us also welcome our new incoming newbies, board members. Chef Andile Somtaga. Can you stand up, say? Can you stand up? Now, every problem that you have to go to that gentleman there. No. Chef Matlomola Tamai. Thank you, sir. Chef Sizwe Kebekulu. Thank you. Last but not least, Tommy, can you stand up, please? Thank you. Gentlemen, we hope you will serve the members of this association diligently and serve with honor and dignity and trueness and fairness and transparency. That's all that we need from you guys. Thank you. Looking ahead, we remain committed to supporting and advocating for our members as well as promoting the culinary arts of South Africa. I'd like at this time to call on Chef Koo to present on our communication.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So before I proceed, I see the team from Southern Sun Santon is here. So I'm just going to ask Chef James. As you know, we rely on a lot of partnerships, and Southern Sun being one of a very strategic partner to SA Chefs, not only being a partner to our kitchens at UJ, being a strategic partner in providing accommodation when needed for various culinary competitions or meetings, etc. And today at our AGM, we are proudly hosted at one of their properties, being the newly rebranded Southern Sun Santon. And the team has been phenomenal. We came to them very late, and they've accommodated all our requests. And I think we can agree for all of those that are in attendance that since arrival to now, we've been really well taken care of. So if I can call Nisha and Sonia and Chef Jono from the the Southern Sun Santon to please come forward. Okay, so just going back to Chef James's report. So I'm here to introduce the members portal that is going to be launched very soon. To my outgoing board members, as well as those that are remaining on the board, I think we can agree that the last 3 years have not been easy. To say it was a challenge is a great understatement. Not only dealing with COVID and lockdown and all the effects that came with it, as you saw earlier in our financials, the revenue streams were not there. And remember, as much as we rely on membership, that's not what actually drives the association. The association is driven through revenue streams, through various partnerships, through various programs, through various events. And that's something that has been lacking for the last 3 years. And as the industry recovers, we also unsure as to what the future holds in all of these, because not just SA Chefs, but even corporate companies themselves have been under immense stress over the last 3 years. So again, it's not just up to the board, it's up to our members. So we are asking the members to also help us, because remember, this is our association. It is not the President's Association. It is not the Board's Association. It is the Members Association. And every time I visit members or I chat to members, I always say, SA Chefs is for members, by members. Because if you look at all our committees, from regional to portfolio committees to the young chefs, we are all members. The directors are members. So if I can put out a personal plea, get involved. No matter how big or small your contribution is, you can make a difference to this association. And again, I want to thank the outgoing board, because we may have not seen it because we didn't have many events. We didn't have many interactions. But I can personally state that this board has worked hell of a hard in the background to get a lot of things going. And one of these things that I'm very proud today to showcase to you is our online members portal. We can all agree, and I'm sure we're very quick, to throw negative comments. We don't receive communication. I've paid for my membership. I haven't received my certificate, right? Yes, we have a membership coordinator at the office, but again, she can only do as much with the information that she's provided with. So if you have not updated your details, or you have not, communicated with the office, it makes the job of the membership coordinator very difficult. So we are hoping with the launch of this platform, we're going to alleviate all of this, because now We are becoming a lot more online, so you would see that our branding has kind of changed. And for those of you that are present in the room today, you would have seen it over the last couple of months in terms of our marketing and how our brand looks, from the posters, the events that have been done, our online presence, and again, special mention and thanks to Chef Pinky for driving this, and to our brand consultants, Brand Science, who has really come to the party and taken our brand to the next level. So this members portal is making your association accessible. So on our website, you will have a personal login. So it will be based on a login that you choose. So it will be either your email address and a password that you control. Again, to have access to this would mean that you would need to be a paid up, active member in good standing. So on the portal, you manage your profile. So if you've changed jobs, if you've changed contact details, if you relocated, you can update your own profile so that we can ensure that we have your latest and updated details on our system. And it is going to be a live system. You can also download your certificates. So certificates going forward will not be posted to you unless requested. So once you renew your membership or you sign up a new membership, you will have a digital certificate already available on your members portal profile. Any course or program or event that you attend where you are awarded an SA Chef Certificate of Attendance will also automatically be uploaded under your certificate profile. You will then have access to the community of chefs. Remember our 3 pillars of SA Chefs. We represent, we educate, and we connect. So you will be connected to fellow chefs in the industry. And as Chef Philippe said earlier, the AOC is a wealth of knowledge. Use them, of course, not abuse them. So you have that experience. You have what I term the middle-aged chefs. You have that experience. And I also say, you're never old to learn from young chefs. So we also have the new knowledge that we have access to. So use that community of chefs where you can exchange advice. You need networks in suppliers, networks with jobs, sharing recipes, sharing knowledge. You have that access to you on this members portal. And I think we can agree that in the last 2 years, we've introduced regional WhatsApp support groups, and that's shown huge success. And Chef Candace, also kudos to you for what you've done on your Young Chefs portal on Facebook. It's just amazing. You know, it started just over 2 years ago, and Chef Candace manages a Facebook group of just over 50,000 members. And we should be looking at that and saying, why can't we convert that number into active SA Chef members? So again, it's up to us as members to grow our association. You can also connect with Jason and ensure that your invoices are up to date. You will also have access to pay your membership fee or renew your membership fee online. So on various payment methods, be it a direct EFT or a credit card, we will have that facility, and it is, again, a live system. So as soon as your payment goes through, your membership becomes activated again. There will be the online job portal. So again, you have access to various job vacancies, not just locally, but also internationally. And then you also have access to all the training calendars, event calendars, any charity events that are happening, access to competitions, access to new courses that are being introduced, and also giving you access to world chefs. So I think we can agree that this is going to really, revolutionize SA Chefs from where we were to where we are currently and where we are going. So again, Chef Pinky and the rest of the outgoing board, thank you, thank you, thank you for all the hard work that has gone into this membership portal. And then the good news is, there we go, it's imminent. So we are in the final stages of obviously getting all the phases put together, and we are looking at a launch date of the 1st of August 2023. To that, we've also been requested by various members for SA Chef's merchandise. And as you know, we do not have control over the various merchandise companies, uniform companies, etc. So going forward, once the members portal has been launched, the next phase that we have given the IT architects is to build an online shopping portal for on our website, where you will then be given access to accredited SA Chef's merchandise, varying from chef jackets to beanies to scarves to jackets. It will all be available to you as an active member. Oops, sorry. There we go. And that is currently loading, and I do not have an actual date for you, but it will definitely be done before the year end of 2023. So with that, I thank you, and I hand back to our president. Oh, sorry, there's a question.
It sounds like a very interesting portal. Just to find out, how much did it actually cost?
So it's been done in phases, but we are currently, Jason, if I'm not mistaken, it is a hell of a lot lower than the initial 2 million. We've worked very closely with Loud. At the time when Chef James presented, when was it, 2 years ago, it was with another digital company. But with this one, we are looking in the region of 180,000 Rand.
Any more questions, Tuku? Okay. Thank you, Ku. Okay, our valued members, thank you for your time. I'd like to also, on behalf of the board of directors of SA Chefs and the staff of SA Chefs office, I wish to thank you all for your kind attention. In the words of the late great statesman, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, I am what I am because of who we all are. Ngiyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Chef Ku. We're on our last segment of the day, which is open discussion, questions that any of you members may have that you want to pose to the board. And I do have quite a number of questions that have come through the online participants, but I will start with you, the members. Anything you might have. This is your time. This is the open discussion, as you said. You're allowed to ask anything that you need for clarity, concerns, etc., etc. Feel free. These questions shall be answered by the board, be it the newly appointed or the previous directors. Elsie, go ahead.
Hi. So I'm not going to stand up. My foot hurts. Everybody can see me. I've got a few questions here from June and Munya. I know you have a few as well. I don't know if you've got them recorded. I just want to make sure that one of the members sent through a question that I did ask Chef Ku as well to answer. And this was on the financial presentation that was done earlier. On page 25 of the financial statement, in note 7, June asked, why was the receivables more than 60 days? Can I go through both those financial questions and then you'll answer them? Why was the receivables more than 60 days? And then the follow-up question on page 27 was, I think that was section 12. The facilitation fee had dropped to 0 in this presentation. What was the facilitation fee in the past? I think maybe deal with these financial questions of June and then the other ones.
Okay, I think we can use my mic this side, and then yours you can. So, Chef Cook.
Okay, thank you, Chef June. So with the first part of your question in terms of the receivables being over 60 days, so as you know, we were in partnership with tourism, running the NYCTP program, and which was suspended in the midst of the lockdown. And that was our implementers and administration fee that took a while to get out of the Department of Tourism, and hence why our debtors went into excess of 60 days. In terms of the facilitation fee, again, due to COVID and the lockdown towards the end of 2020, the last part of the NYCTP program for that year was suspended by the Department of Tourism, and hence no facilitation fees could be invoiced for the project.
Hello, everybody. Congratulations to the newly elected board members. Just a very quick question. Has the allocation of the portfolios of the board members already been decided, and who will be in charge of what?
Okay, so since I've got the mic, I'll answer it. So thanks again, Chef Zana. So the new board was just put into office a few minutes ago. So at their first upcoming board meeting, the portfolios will be assigned and then communicated accordingly to the membership.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say congratulations to the new board. There's just one question that I have, and I thank you, Mr. President, for a lovely speech that you've done over there. I think one of the questions that I have here, there's quite a few, but I think the one that I have is, you keep on mentioning there's no money in the association. I know obviously you guys have a strategy, how you're gonna make money. When will we actually get some communication of a strategy going forward? The communication one was just discussed. And obviously the national team is also something that has been discussed for the past 4 years. So we need to get clear direction. When are we gonna start doing these things? So one of the things that's quite contentious is, I know that we're reporting on 2021, 2022, obviously not yet, but it was obviously last year trip that the Abu Dhabi situation. And there was a lot of stories that came from Abu Dhabi in the process. But we haven't received any report on what happened. Who paid for all the directors to go to Abu Dhabi? That was one of the questions that was floating around. Never got a clear answer on that one. So I think if that can be clarified, and what role, another question is also, not a question, but from the board's point of view, what role will the guys play from a committee point of view? Are they only gonna be strategic? And I think that is one of the challenges that we're sitting with. The board is involved with quite a lot of competitions. I think one of the directors that are not here right now was involved in competitions. That was also part of taking the team to Abu Dhabi, which I think in a country of South Africa with so many chefs, you can't tell me we can't find people that are capable of actually doing that. I think the board's role needs to be a bit more strategic. But I think my main question is coming back to, can we please get a report on Abu Dhabi situation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chef Calvin. So I'll answer a bit and then I'll hand it over to my fellow board members if they want to add on. So firstly, to answer your question regarding the finances, and I think you would have noticed Peter Carlisle also mentioned it when he went through the finances for the year ending up to Feb 2022, was that we had to use the reserves to cover a lot of the expenses. So hence also why a lot of the expenses were put on hold, because we cannot abuse the investments that were there, because those were there for the security of SA chefs. And that's why we had to be quite frugal in the way we spent that money. You will see when the 2023 financials or the year ending for Feb 2023 financials are released. And as Peter has already mentioned, it was looking a lot better because we were slowly doing a little bit more short courses and other programs that were able to generate some revenue. And again, I just want to remind members that as a member in good standing, an active paid up member, you have access to the finances of SA Chefs. This is a non-profit company. It's a member-driven organization. So you can make contact with Tandeka or Jason, and you can contact them directly if you need to answer or ask them any questions regarding any financial concerns that you may have. And I'm sure Jason will also be able to show you the financials that you are requesting for the World Congress trip that took place last year in June. Again, it will be disclosed on the financials when those financials are now audited by the auditors and disclosed to our members. But just to answer, yes, we went with the largest contingent of chefs in terms of the World Congress attendance. And if members recall, it was open to every member, right? It was funded by the members traveling. All SA Chefs did was coordinate the travel, because we partnered with a travel agent, we partnered with the airline to offer our members that wanted to go preferential rates. And we've got, and I think those 56 chefs that attended would agree that had they booked it directly, they would have paid a hell of a lot more than what they got. So I stand here today, or sit here today, and will say to you that those trips were funded by the members that attended. They were just booked through SA Chefs. We covered the costs of the competitors that went through. So there were 6 competitors that participated in the Global Chef competition, which was the senior competitor and his commie, the junior competitor and his commie, and the pastry chef and his commie that attended under the Global Chef competition. Then we also had a team of the national junior team or culinary junior team that participated in the African Culinary Cup. So that was covered by SA Chefs, including their team manager that accompanied them. And with that, it wasn't just covering the travel expenses. We also, and anyone that has been exposed to the culinary competitions internationally know that you also got to cover the ingredients that are required, the meals that are required for the competitors, because the hosting country only supplied the competitors with accommodation and breakfast. Any other meal requirements was covered by SA Chefs. And as per previous international travel, SA Chefs covered the cost of the president. So we also covered the cost of the president that President James that obviously attended. And all board members covered their own costs by obviously going together. The board agreed to go together to go and see what is on offer in the world, to come back and again strategize behind the scenes to work on the various projects that their portfolios were working on. And you will see in the upcoming months the fruits of these strategic talks and chats that they've had with their international counterparts. I hope that's answered the question from my end. I'm going to then offer it to any other board member that wants to add to that.
Thank you, Ku, for articulating on that. I think as well, we board members are allowed to make a decision, isn't it? As a company, we're given the right to do it. Yes. We felt that that time that everybody must go there to see what was emergent coming out in the world, because we all coming out of COVID. So we wanted to see what new projects were coming out. And when I was there, I saw a couple of guys, most of the guys talking to their counterparts for various competencies or expertise. I saw most of our guys talking to those people, which is accountable for, or accounted for. And thirdly, or secondly, I did write, I think on the magazine, why the board were going, that's first point. And secondly, I think I wrote on my weekly or monthly that I did to I do with via Tamrin. So the responses or the motivation of why the board had to go there was justified. So if in any way that any member can feel like maybe we abused membership money, they have to come up with concrete evidence and tell us that this way this will account for it. We are here. And lastly, I think this matter as well, it doesn't necessarily talk about this financial year end. It talks about 23 year end. So I know, again, 2023, when we present, we'll be asked the same question. But I like to put it out there that I did answer it twice. I did answer it via email. I sent to all members. If the members they didn't get it, I'll resend it. And again, it was an educational experience for board members to go there and see what the other counterparts are doing. Never in the rules does it say that a president only must go. It doesn't say so. And the previous boards, they used to go, but then nobody actually asked them. I understand that because that was their era. Our era now is about accountability and making sure that we are not caught up in fraud activities. There was no fraud at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Must I stand up? They're not going to see me. Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think we are not selfish enough as SA chefs. And I'm saying this based on the new portal that's coming in. If I'm a member, there must be a difference between somebody who's not a member. Information that is going to be published on that portal, as a member, I should have exclusive right to access it than somebody who doesn't have it. And I'm raising this from what is being presented and what's been built, if that can be the same way. I mean, newspapers, they have exclusive information that are only for members. If you can adopt that, I think we'll have done something that makes us proud to wear that badge that we are SA Chefs members. Secondly, I think the appointment of Thandeka, I think it's a blessing in the organization. She's not only just a person that sits in the office, but I've seen it with my own eyes that she participates in things that are involved with SA Chefs. And I think her appointment, it's a blessing and a good direction to where we're supposed to go.
Thanks, Chef Absa. So just to answer your question on the portal is only going to be accessible to a member in good standing. So you have to have paid your membership fee. If your membership lapses, you won't be able to access the portal. So that's what is going to set it apart, and that's why it's going to be a closed portal where you need a username and password to access it. So it's not just going to be available to anyone. It will only be available to active members in good standing, and then you will have access to other registered and active members onto that portal should you need advice or any other connection that you might want.
Okay, so now I've got a couple of questions that came through the online portal. The members that have been participating in this AGM through the YouTube channel, and they've sent a number of questions. So I think if you can bring the mic, that one here, so that the board can then just answer those questions. First one, SA Chefs Association is a non-statutory professional body. The main purpose of a professional body is to award designations. How many designations have been awarded since professional body recognition?
Hi, Munya. I think if, with permission from the board, can I deal with these education questions? So I know that this comes from June. Thank you, June, for the question. The professional designations, yes, we are a statutory body or non-statutory body. And we have awarded designations in all levels. We have 4 designations. We have awarded 30 of them to our members. I'm happy to also report that in our current status, our board is, from our new board members, there are 6 members on our board currently that will be able to achieve the designation status, which we are looking forward to award them soon. And this continues, the designation process continues with SA Chefs. Again, it is not valuable unless the members of a non-statutory body sees the value in designations. And we invite, as we always do, all members to participate and get the recognition for themselves through the designation program, which has been going for a while. So members will be designated. It's a voluntary process. I cannot force you to do so because we are a non-statutory body. So we're waiting for you guys, June, that qualify to also become a designated member. Thank you.
Thank you. And then a follow-up to that, I guess, since you're dealing with training material, SA Chefs indicated that they will be developing learning material for all the training providers. How is the learning material progressing?
Okay, so these questions were asked and answered in the AGM that happened in January 2022. Those minutes have been forwarded to, those discussions were forwarded to the members that asked this question, which is June. I do have a copy of that, June, just to make sure that you can, thank you for your comment on my WhatsApp, that these, this question was answered by Tommy at that point. Tommy was then on the board of directors and he made a promise for learning material. We have developed learning material for SA Chefs. It is a discussion that will carry on with the new board as Tommy has now been re-elected onto the board. But there are obvious financial implications, time constraints, and which we need to discuss. And on board level, I think this will be discussed and communicated to members when this is ready. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Third question. Communication was sent to members and SDPs that SA Chefs has applied to become a trade test center. How is this progressing?
Okay, so I'm unaware of communication being sent to skills development providers. However, yes, it was noted as that was the plan, even pre-COVID, to turn the CCE or the Centre for Culinary Excellence into a trade test centre. Obviously, as from all the presentations we did today and we saw, there were severe constraints both with human resources and financial resources to turn the trade to CCE into a trade test centre. As you are aware, June, who asked the question, there are trade test regulations that regulate the assessors and the moderators that need to be employed by the trade test centre. And in a year that we had 7 retrenchments and 4 resignations, we were obviously not in a position to now employ assessors and moderators to turn it into a trade test centre. We also have considerations, and this was discussed in the previous AGM, where the SA Chefs as a professional body should not be player and referee at the same time. So these discussions once again come up when we talk about SA Chefs sort of, you know, opening a training division that's there that will compete with our members. This is something we're very aware about, and we make sure that we are not in competition with our training provider or SDP members. And that obviously, if we do become a trade test centre, and if we do apply to become one or become accredited as one, the members will be informed.
Okay. And I think there's just 2 more, actually. One more to you, and then one for President James. Last one to you, Elsie, is also, sorry. Communication was sent to members and SDPs that SA Chefs has applied for SAQA with SAQA for a new designation, namely chef educator or chief educator, I'm not sure. Where is SA Chefs in this process?
So yes, we did apply for the chef educator designation. It came back from SAQA. We had to relook at the recognition for prior learning competencies. What we came to realize, and in discussions I had with the SAQA team in the registration and recognition department, was that because of the disparity between educators in the culinary space from higher education or CHE level for the Council of Higher Education to the QCTO, and even as far down into Umalusi where we deal with our TVETs, the competencies for those lecturers will, if we do an educator, culinary educator designation, will actively exclude most of the current lecturers that are employed in our trade space, because there are certain competencies that even in the world chef space, which we can base this on in their badges and certification, some of our lecturers or most of our lecturers in the trade space do not comply with. Therefore, we have taken it back to the drawing board. And just with all these questions, and some of these, like I said, were answered at the previous AGM, once again, we are very excited to have signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Educators Forum, because it has been indicated in all these questions that the forum that plays in this will also be assisting us in achieving designations, in achieving training material, in achieving collaboration. So we're excited to move forward in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsu. Last question I have from the online members is to President James. And it reads, last AGM, in response to Chef Peter Holman's, Chef James and the board agreed to start a process to reinstate Chef Sean Smith last year. How far is this process?
I think today it's my third board dealing with the same matter. I think it's repetitive and it was dealt with on numerous occasions. And I think at last AGM, there was a motion to vote and it was done. So we took it upon ourselves as a board for the betterment of the chefs in South Africa and the community to look at it from a different angle. So we've been busy. We've already, in that regard, we've already formed a collaboration with the Educators Forum, which is headed by Chef Sean. It shows that we, from our side, have complied. Secondly, if we're coming to his reinstatement as a member, that one again, we told him in, I think it was 2 sittings that we had with him, that we still deliberating on the matter because we need to also look at what was said by the members and what we say as a board. I like to say that yesterday at our board meeting as well, we decided that we'll deal with it again. So I think give us time. I don't want to promise to give you time. Give us time to deal with it. I think before my tenure is over, because I'm being re-elected, given another opportunity, I'll make sure that we resolve it amicable for the industry, for the members themselves, and for Showman as well. So everybody benefits. It must be a win-win for everybody. It cannot be a win from one side and the other side doesn't win. So I can safely say that we're dealing with the matter and we'll resolve it before I leave this position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the floor? Okay, happy. Just a few more things for me, then I think you want to do some, okay. Questions that were posed, I'm just going to summarize them. Recording of the session shall be available as it is online, so you'll be able to access it at any time. Number 2, minutes of this meeting shall be sent within, after 7 days, so next week-ish sometime. And then obviously you adopt them at the next AGM, but they shall be done in the next 7 days. Members online were asking why they were not able to vote. A decision was taken that voting shall only be done through an actual proxy form to ensure that the same mishaps that happened last year would not happen, where there was no control. It's very difficult to control who votes, vetting their membership, that they can or are eligible to vote. So the decision was made that voting shall be done through a proxy form. So those that are online, unfortunately, if you hadn't filled in that form, then you were not able to vote. Some suggested for a virtual meeting that allows for people online to participate in real time. So I guess to you, the board, something to think of. And finally, we do acknowledge those that are online. There is someone now sitting there and answering questions. We have not forgotten you, those that are online. Okay, Chef Ku, please do come up. Team almost done, almost there, almost there.
Okay, so as we draw to the close of the AGM, I just have two special acknowledgements that we want to do before we pass the vote of thanks. As you know, I think Chef James also mentioned it, we are all volunteers when we put our hands up, whether it's on a YCC, whether it is on a portfolio, whether it's in a regional committee, or even when it's at the board level. We are all volunteers, we all sacrifice a lot of our time, we put in a lot of our effort for no pay, and we do it because we want to do it. We want to grow the association. And I want to acknowledge two chefs who are unfortunately not here, and I would ask, obviously, a representative from each of those committees to receive the awards on their behalf. The first is Chef Oliver Reddy, who is the former chair of the KwaZulu-Natal Regional Committee, who served on the committee for a few years as a member and grew his way up to lead the committee, and also leading it through a very difficult time, and grew that committee and the chefs in that area of KwaZulu-Natal, and to become one of the most active regional committees. So on behalf of SA Chefs, we'd like to acknowledge Chef Oliver Reddy for his contribution. And then secondly, also to a former regional committee chair who spent, I think, well over 10 years on the regional committee of Gauteng as an active member, and then filling various portfolios such as the treasurer, going up to then the vice chair, and then until very recently leading the Gauteng committee, and also growing the support and membership of Gauteng. Gauteng is currently the largest contingent in terms of active members. It is also a committee that works like every other committee, but has their own challenges because of the number of members that they need to engage with. And I think this gentleman also sacrificed a hell of a lot of his time, his personal time, and his work time to give off to the committee. And I think we can all agree that Chef Terence Hay has really deserved this an award. All right, and then we move on to the vote of thanks. So again, we know as SA Chefs, we rely a lot on our partners, and that's something that you can look forward to as well, this word partners. We are going to be releasing in the next couple of months the new strategy that the board has worked on. So we are scrapping the term patrons. I think it's very old school. I think we also need to look at the times that we are in, and we have devised various partnerships for our corporate partners to be involved. So from strategic all the way to financial partners, product partners, and we're really looking forward to that. And this AGM could not have been done with the support of those partners. We've already acknowledged the one, who being Southern Sun, and specifically this property, the Southern Sun Santon, but I would also like to acknowledge BRM Brands, and I know they are not here, but Tandeka, if I can just ask you to come and just accept the token of our appreciation. I think you're going to have to stand here because I think they've left. The other partner that we are very grateful for, and I think they've also put some goodies in your little goodie bag, is Nestle Professional. An ongoing strategic product partner that is always keeping us refreshed, the team from Surf Fruit. And then also for being involved with SA Chefs now for going on to 2 years. They've provided AV support at 2 of our AGMs, this now being the 3rd one, and also at the InfoChef in Gauteng, and also assisted us with our live streams. So to Acoustic Vision, a team led by Ryan, if you can please accept our token of appreciation. And lastly, so you would have seen the AGM was run in a very different way, and it's because of the guidance and support that we've been given by the Directors Association of South Africa. And to be very honest, Munya, I never knew this existed when I first heard about it. And I think the support that you have given, not just to the board, but also to the office, and directed and supported us through not just the AGM, but just the company rules, and going forward, the new board, including the old members that are staying on, are going to go through a full induction and training with Munya so that we understand the role of being a director of an organization. So on behalf of SA Chefs, we thank you for all that you have provided us.
Back on. Let me put that here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I didn't expect that. So it means so much more when you don't expect something like that. No, it's been an honor to host and to work with the team for the past, I think, 3-4 months. Back and forth, looking at policies, talking to Elsu, Tandeka, James, the entire team. Really appreciate the work that has been done. I think it was a success, yes? Perfect, perfect. So this concludes our meeting. I think we've covered everything. And on that note, this meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you. Enjoy your long weekend. Those that are going away, please drive safe. Enjoy your weekend.